to this amphitheater. Yes, we'll start shortly. Waiting. It's not the easiest place to find from the other for the full location. So yeah, we'll start shortly. Thank you so much. I think we were told to start because it's essentially the process of this afternoon is that you will rotate between different breakouts. So we need to start and end at the same times. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simon Ben Maraz. I'm part of IRENA. I'm the team lead for technology and infrastructure, and I'm very happy to be with my colleagues Walter and Marit from the secretariats and from the tech to guide you through this session. The session today will be about basically the opportunities to scale up ambitions in the transport sector, including collective, non-motorized mode of transport, energy and resource efficiency, electric vehicles, and also low carbon fuels. From your experience from this morning, we'll try to go a bit more in details and also encourage you to go as well on the solution side, more exchange between different participants on what do you think should be, let's say, a summary on that aspects of best practices, opportunities to scale up ambition in the transport sector. We collected your input from this morning, so really for today, the goal is to be as thorough as possible to really in the rapporteur summary that we capture your specific conditions. We heard some this morning, but as well example of successes, factors that should be included to make it, let's say, a strong voice toward COP28. I'll have my colleague Marit from the Technology Executive Committee to give us kind of a summary as well of the challenges ahead and how and what was, let's say, mentioned this morning in terms of like best practices and information available. Marit, over to you.
Thank you, Simon. And thank you, colleagues, and welcome back after the lunch. From the World Cafe style, I'm sure everybody got chance to express what are the barriers that we have in accessing the technology and in implementing it as well. Our main focus for this today's workshop will be on barriers, in technology and capacity building per se. Hence, from the World Cafe, one of the takeaways that I got is there are several challenges that we need to overcome these countries to enhance our work for this transformation. One thing was something that echoed very well was there was lack of access of financing. There is challenges in economy of scale. Regulatory arrangements needs to be established well. And also there's issues associated with upskilling as well as reskilling workers in that sector as well. So there are many challenges. I'm sure you in the World Cafe has also articulated and elaborated more on these barriers and challenges. So the focus perhaps for this one would be based on the barriers and challenges that we have heard, learned over the World Cafe. We bring and express what are the opportunities that exist, and what are the best practices that exist within ourselves, so that we can bridge this gap and address the challenge that we have. So with that, it might be helpful, like if we can we'll open the floor for your comments and specific feedbacks on opportunities, best practices, and actionable solutions on the ground. The floor is open, colleagues. So we have a revolving mic, so any colleagues who want to speak, very similar to yesterday's setting, so raise your hand and then our colleague will bring the flying mic. Brazil.
Thank you so much. I am Mariana. I work for the Ministry of Mines and Energy of Brazil. And about this topic regarding technology and capacity challenges, we would like to share some considerations about the importance of developing countries having support to develop research, development, and innovation programs. And since we know that many countries have capacities and can contribute to new solutions for energy transition. And those countries are doing many national level research that can be new opportunities to scale up. And that can help many countries with similar conditions to provide their energy transition as well. So this is something that a matter of concern, because we know that getting access for financing investments on new technology is an issue for many of these countries, as they cannot allocate some of their budget, dedicate actually their budget exclusively for these activities. So thinking about how those climate funds, for example, can be used to deliver proper actions for that will address some of the solutions for some countries is one of the issues that we consider necessary. And talking about capacity itself, it is important to say that although many of the solutions can be already in place, we need to provide and make our workforce enable them to deal with these new technologies. So that's why it is so important to get access to these financing schemes as well, because by doing that, we will prepare or have more technical workforce able to deal with the challenges of implementation and operating those new technologies in place. So this is one of the key issues that I would like to come here to contribute to the discussions, but also to say that it is really important to highlight that by capacity building, we are not just thinking about technological transfer or technical assistance from multilateral banks or bilateral cooperation. We need to prepare policymakers from different levels in the national, subnational levels to deal with the challenges. And this is something that somehow it cannot be addressed only by technical assistance. We should be thinking about a more comprehensive approach that we will enable those countries to deliver better actions considering the things that they think it is important for and the perspectives that they take into account from a national policy level. Just my 2 cents for this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I think that was really a good intervention in terms of breaking the ice. One, the other one was also mentioning about the what are the opportunities that currently exists can be enhanced. For example, like the issue of highlighting about the technical assistance being needs to be revisited as well to get more support on that. I have Togo.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Aniko from Togo. I would like to add to what has been said about the support that maybe should be given to developing countries. I think that there is already a network of regional collaboration centers that are already in place. Maybe they know much more about the national conditions, about their regions. Therefore, maybe there should be a kind of collaboration with ARENA to set a kind of capacity building and technology transfer toward what we are discussing here about transition in transport sector. And then they will tailor a kind of specialized support to their regional collaboration centers to the countries that they are engaging with. That could maybe give some ways to think about it and respond specifically to conditions in those regions. That is what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Canada.
No, thanks very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So really appreciate the comments made by our colleagues from Brazil and Togo, and it would certainly also emphasize and agree very strongly that access to finance is very critical, obviously, from our donor countries to developing countries to make sure that they have what the resources they need to support these transitions and to build their capacities. But I think it's also important to not forget that a lot of these challenges. I mean, all of our countries are effectively dealing with very similar challenges to different degrees. And I think that, from our perspective, another way to build the capacities that we need to support these transitions is to enable better collaboration between our research, development, and deployment leads, whether that's in academia, government, or industry. And that can exist between developed countries, between developing countries, but also from developed to developing as well. So that there's lots of opportunities outside of finance to build that capacity and ensure that those actually responsible for helping us to develop and deploy these technologies are talking to one another and sharing that capacity. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that element. Any other colleagues? PNG.
Thank you. And from the outset, I would like to acknowledge and agree with all the points raised by Brazil, Togo, and Canada. They're also very valid, very important, and very relevant to the issues and challenges faced by PNG. In 2020, the government of Papua New Guinea introduced a long-term road infrastructure policy plan. Then in 2021, the government again passed a law to facilitate or legalize the development and expansion into the implementation of the the long-term road infrastructure program. Now, the development phase will start and end in 2040. And when we talk about technology and capacity challenges, for us, it's a question of how do we inform our government and our stakeholders about the type of technology that we will be expecting within that time frame. And one of the most important issue and challenges we face as well is the availability of the information. Canada and also Brazil, they made mention of research, which is very important. We need to understand the transition between the current capacity of vehicles we have in country to what will be the new technology or the type of vehicles that will precede the existing registry of assets that we have, especially the information that is kept amongst our vehicle dealers. And that's going to be very fundamental and important for government when it comes to planning and budgeting, because a substantial amount of financing has already been allocated for this long-term plan. So for us, it's important that from a marketing perspective, information has to be made available by the manufacturers, and then some research and assessment has to be done in that space as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Papa Ningini. Any other colleagues want to share the opportunities associated with the transition? I'm sure there will be a lot of countries, partners who wish to share the experience. I have some more.
Testing. Thank you very much. Just to add on to the discussions and the important points that are raised by our colleagues, is not only on the importance of having the data and the information available to inform the policies that are being developed, but also the importance of making sure that there is the social aspects that we sort of neglect, the importance of having these technology and these capacity buildings in place. When I say social aspect, is the social acceptance of especially the people at the national level, at the grassroots level, of these transition of these types of technologies that are being embedded within certain countries in terms of their context, but also taking into account the cultural values that are specific to these countries as well, especially for the developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mexico and the US. Mexico.
Thank you. I completely agree with what Sama just said. I think that we need to also have a social focus on this technology transfer, and also financial access. But besides financial access, we need the access to technology in non-commercial terms, and that is to release of case of patents and proprietary rights on transition technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. US.
Thank you. The U.S. is investing in a range of advancements, and I think I spoke about it yesterday, so I won't go through the long list that we have through our different bills and initiatives, but especially under the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law, we have various areas where we're focusing on not just investing in technologies, but also investing in the jobs. So, for example, we have, in terms of technologies, the Advanced Technology Vehicles Manufacturing Loan Program that provides loans to support the manufacturing of eligible advanced technology vehicles and qualifying components. So we still continue to invest in these types of new technologies. And then additionally, we have the American Jobs Plan, where we can reestablish the U.S. leadership in electric vehicles and batteries. And we do this kind of in parallel with some of the investments that are being promoted through the Inflation Reduction Act that I had mentioned yesterday. And by all of the all that we're doing to promote investment is also creating additional jobs. And I think just all within the past year, it's estimated that these clean energy investments have created over 175,000 new jobs in the US. And then in terms of supporting others, we have existing programs that provide technical assistance, capacity building, and platforms for knowledge exchange. For example, we have support from our national labs that can work with other countries to provide examples of best practices and technologies for local cases. And then also, we have different types of trainings that we offer that can introduce different types of technologies. For example, this week, there's a delegation from the Latin American region that is visiting one of our labs in Colorado. And they're learning about like energy storage technologies. And we also have knowledge exchanges amongst peers, because it's not to say that the US has all of the answers. I think there's local technologies that we are not aware of, and we found really good examples of having these kinds of peer learnings with others from the region. And we'd like to strongly suggest that the summary report contain clear recommendations on policies and measures that support tech and capacity building development and where we should be by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, the US. We have an online participation as well. So there's a colleague who wants to speak. I appreciate that if you could also introduce your name and the organizations that you are representing as well.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for having me here. My name is Jonas Otterheim. I represent Volvo Cars, the global car manufacturer. And I wanted to comment and reflect a bit on what has been said because, well, Volvo Cars, we are going fully electric and try to change what we sell as fast as possible. But I think it's important as a car manufacturer to point out, of course, cars are not a sustainable product. They are heavy, they are material intensive and rather underutilized. But the products we do have on the market, as soon as they're electric, I think one underutilized opportunity is that they need to be, well, used for more services and more use cases than what we see today. Let me give you an example here. We are equipping our future electric cars with the so-called bi-directional charging capability, or giving them the capability of accessing the grid. So we can see from our end that a car can be used as a storage capability and support the grid in a rather interesting way, both when it comes to, well, a cost perspective, avoiding cost for the customer, but definitely also from the grid perspective, avoiding the need to, well, build other CO2 intensive electricity production facilities. But the problem is that we have a rather long development time. Usually product manufacturers do not communicate about their future products until they are on the market. So other organizations, government don't know and don't understand what products will be put on the market. So therefore, the energy sector can't really take into account what companies like us are trying to put on the market. So my point here is that I want to push a bit for cross-sector and cross-industry collaboration to ensure that we do utilize whatever is on the markets, because we can jointly work together and try to solve and, well, get faster to the targets we all have. Thank you.
Thank you. Collaboration is one of the key elements that resonates across the entire workshop as well. So I have a colleague from Bhutan and the Canada. Bhutan.
Thank you. Yes, my key thoughts that I wanted to share was especially on the collaboration that the previous speaker just spoke about. And it's interesting to note that during the World Cafe, I think throughout the discussions, it came about that, yes, the developed countries are willing to help and share technology. Developing countries have been candid in asking that we need support in terms of having access to advanced technology and support in terms of financing and all that. I think what is missing, as is rightly pointed out, collaboration is key, and what is missing is that in between the matchmaking, someone in between to connect the two together in terms of what the need is and what the availability is. For example, every country is different, and every country has different situation, and different in terms of technology, in terms of the country-specific situation, geopolitical or anything you say. It's very different, and the need right now is, I think, different in every country. So to match that with the kind of technology that will work for a specific country, I think that matchmaking has to be done, and somewhere we need something in between. And in terms of the manufacturers also, I think one interesting point that came about during the World Cafe session was that someone said something about aggregating demand. So I think not just leverage on the advancement of technology, I think leverage on the demand and supply situation, and also make the most of the economy of scale. So perhaps if there is a mapping and see what best fits in terms of global needs, in terms of finding a solution from a global perspective, that may work. And for that purpose, since we are discussing in terms of having a mitigation work program to have actionable solution, I think this could be something that we can look into and make it an actionable solution where there will be specific intervention laid out.
Thank you for that suggestion. It is indeed helpful. Canada?
Thanks very much, and thank you for letting me take the floor again so soon. I just wanted to pick up, I think, on two threads of this conversation. I think first is collaboration, and the second is education and awareness. So I really appreciated the representative from Volvo's point about collaboration between these different sectors. And it's also, just as a side note, I think very useful and interesting to see a representative of the actual transport or a car company as part of this conversation. And hopefully the various mixed signals that you're receiving from governments, you can maybe make sense of them by participating in conversations like this. So very glad to have you participating. So yeah, just on the theme of collaboration, I think I just wanted to come back and highlight, I think, another very useful example of where this is happening at the international level, and that's through the Clean Energy Ministerial, where we have, for example, the Electric Vehicle Initiative, which is working with the UN, the GEF, with the Global Environment Facility, to help accelerate ZEV deployment, just as I think is an important example of that at the international level. Again, just since I think we're hearing lots of examples of what countries are doing domestically, again, on that theme of collaboration, the federal government for a very, very long time at home in Canada has been doing ongoing collaboration with our provinces and territories and academia to, again, advance that RD&D side on clean transport technologies. I think it was maybe our colleague from PPNG who emphasized the importance of education and awareness. Building education and awareness of clean technologies, including electric vehicles, has been a pillar of Canada's approach for a long time. And just speaking from my own experience, I mean, within a very short period of time, we've seen attitudes change quite drastically around the perceptions of the viability of electric vehicles at home in Canada. At one time, they were not seen as a good option. We have a very large country, long distances to drive, very cold winters. But now electric vehicles are seen as something that the market, Canadians really want. And government alone has not resulted in, government alone has not been responsible for that change in attitudes. But again, I think that a focus on that domestic education and awareness piece is key. Thanks.
Thank you. Indeed, education is also central for sensitizing the communities as well to this new technology. There were some discussions also about the economy of scale associated with it as well. I'm sure there will be a lot of countries with wealth of experience about such situation. Panama, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to mention that we have been talking about technology, capacity building, and we have also been talking about redesigning cities to enable the use of cleaner transportation and also non-motorized mobility. And in that part, a lot has been talked about smart grids, smart cities, but along with that technology comes the necessity to understand the technologies in order to integrate it all in a master plan to renew the cities or build new cities. And it's important that many times we talk about the technologies are available, but are they really available and affordable? And when we talk about being available, it's because they are there. But if you don't know how to use it or how to integrate each part of each technology, then it's not really available. I mean, they might be there, but if they are too costly, or even if they are not costly, but you don't understand it very well, then you cannot implement it, and you can miss an opportunity there to use these kind of technologies to move forward and try to improve and allow this great potential they have for mitigation. So it's very important that the technology not only be available in terms of being there, but also that we can understand it. And when I mean we, it's all levels, from decision makers at the politician level, so they can include it in the plans and understand we need to align regulation to allow these technologies to be implemented, but also the general public to understand, okay, how this is going to happen, and the private sector to understand what is the plan, and they can say, okay, I can provide something here. There are opportunities for me to invest in this city, in this country, because they have a clear plan on how to deploy this kind of technologies. So it goes hand in hand, technology and also the capacity building, the awareness on what is the potential and how can they all be integrated and used together to come up with a comprehensive plan, long-term plan, because it will take time. And along then comes the part of how we're going to finance this integral plan and in which stages come with a schedule of deployment of different technologies that will come together to bring the change we want. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I really like the word ending the change we want. With that, let me give the floor to Japan.
Thank you. So, as other countries have mentioned before, in the decarbonizing transport sector, it is important to pursue a wide range of technologies options, including EVs, hybrid vehicles, FCVs, hydrogen, e-fuels, biofuels, since each country have a different energy sources and their own economic circumstances. Therefore, technological neutrality is important for decarbonizing transport system. And as for Japan, the government have set up a national green growth strategy. It sets out national quantitative target goals and with a roadmap to achieve that goal. And so I believe that the national target and the roadmap helps the industry to push them for the dynamic investment for the innovation. And the government also have providing a fund called Green Innovation Fund, which has been used for R&Ds, demonstrations, and the social implementation to support the industry's innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. I have Brazil.
Just some quick additions to this topic. One of the issues that we consider as very representative one, I think, was the colleague from Canada that mentioned the importance of some climate funds for having these movements going. And we do agree that it is really important, but we need to rethink the way we get access to those resources, especially because the mandates nowadays depends on the decisions from multilateral banks, and sometimes the countries don't have the opportunity to present or to show up their ambitions or to provide or to subscribe actually an investment plan, depending on the program that this climate fund is considering. So this is something that we suggest to be rethought, actually, because we believe this can be a barrier for many countries to get access to these opportunities. And just to have some information, for example, in Brazil, We have been discussing internally new technologies for example, for biofuels. And we have also the private sector as one of the key partners, because in Brazil we have some regulatory mandates that the private sectors need to invest 1% of their revenue per year into research, development, and innovation for the energy sector, in the sector that they have their activities. So, and by doing so, we have the private sector as a partner in this process as well. But we know that this funding is not enough, considering that we need to de-risk many of these investments to make them feasible economically, technically speaking. And so this is something that we need we offer as a suggestion as well. And I was mentioning the opportunity that we are developing in the country, and we have a company from the private sector that is developing new technologies, for example, for biofuels, the second generation biofuels, that can be a game changer in many of these discussions regarding feedstocks for biofuels consumption. And we know that many of the technology that these new fuels will demand cannot be only provided by hydrogen and other sources. We need to diversify, and this is one of the ways that we think it's really necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a colleague from online. So, colleague, can you please introduce us and then proceed?
Yes, thank you. My name is Tjitske Ietmaas, speaking from the Netherlands. As you know, we're an EU member state, but I'd like to add something to the discussion based on our experience from the Netherlands. And also building, I think, what's already been said by several other speakers. That's we need a comprehensive approach, right? And we shouldn't just see this as a technological issue. And one particular example from our own experiences in the Netherlands is that we need to integrate in energy and mobility systems, as well as the digital systems behind it, which makes it may be a little bit more complex, but also enables you to reap broader benefits from the transition to sustainable mobility. For example, by using smart charging to address grid capacity issues. I'm losing the connection. Yeah. Am I still there? Okay, I'll just keep talking.
Yes.
I seem
Yes.
to lost connection, but I don't see you anymore.
Oh, we hear you very well and see you very well.
Okay, I hear you too. So I'll continue briefly. So we need the integrated approach towards energy and mobility is, for example, enabling smart charging to address grid capacity issues, to enable vehicle-to-grid charging, the bidirectional charging that was also mentioned by a company, I think it was Volvo. And this technology also enables us to use the mobility system as an energy supplier rather than an energy user. We use batteries and charging stations and even regional airports as energy hubs, which is already taking place in the Netherlands, and I think offers benefits for also the countries in the global south, particularly to establish local energy hubs in remote areas. So just to touch upon this very briefly, we need to take transport out of the transport box and really take a comprehensive approach to linking it with energy and digitalization. And as you many countries have already said, and I'd like to emphasize, it's not just a technological issue. It also requires something in the government's level, in mindset, to look at the bigger picture a little bit. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Yemen and then PNG. Yemen.
Hello, thank you for giving me the floor. One note I would say that when we are talking about technology and capacity challenge, I think it's come to the country specific, what the country need. And the other thing is what the most important feasible practical solution to that specific country is, and they should focus on it in terms of improvement and research and development. Like in terms of electrification of the transport system, in terms of Yemen, it's hard for like we going to do like a public transfer because the route, the infrastructure is not there for public collective transfer. But for a small car, electrical car, it can be possible. It can be done within a few years. Other thing about the capacity building, I like the point that one of my colleagues pointed that we need finance, yes, as a developing country, but we need also access to technology in non-commercialized way. Because if it transfer in commercialized way, then there is, let's say, we have to pay for it. There is no capacity building here. And the other thing in capacity building, I think the capacity building or the transfer of technology should be the most mature technology transfer. Let's say that this is just an example. Like the hydrogen is not yet developed. It's not mature. The effectiveness is not measured. I think the country that is the developing country should not adopt this solution yet till it become mature enough in the developed country of the country that has the resources to do it, then transfer the technology to the developing country. That's my point. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. PNG?
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to come back the second time. I would like to pick up from an important point made by Japan, which I feel that it's very relevant to the cost of the issues we face in PNG, but also in the Pacific. And it's good to see that a developed country like Japan, where most of the manufacturers of vehicle models that PNG imports, and it's also similar to the regional consumption pattern of the Pacific, are also leading in efforts to undertake legislative reforms that will also influence the business models of the manufacturers. And I think that's very important for us because for those of us who are recipient of, for example, in PNG, we import most of our vehicles from Japan. We have existing car dealers that deals with infrastructure relevant to the type of vehicles that are deployed by Japan. We also have systems and processes and even service infrastructure. So the transition for us will be very smooth. And I would like to link that to the recommendation, one of the important recommendations made by the US for practical recommendations to be captured in this report. One would be that developed countries where EV manufacturers are located in should also take leadership in the reform process. And the intervention by Japan was a very good and an admirable one as well. The second point, which is very important, and it was raised by a few Pacific Island delegates in various sessions yesterday, was on the need for an assessment of the multimodal transport system, especially when we're talking about the use of zero carbon fuels and the utilization of existing transport infrastructure. Most of our low-lying states, including in the Pacific region, the maritime sector is very important, and it is an area that we should also look at, and it should also be captured in the recommendation. So when we talk about zero carbon fuels, we should also include an assessment on the multimodal transport system and its impact on especially seeds and LDCs. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. So we have one flag, so I'll take Cameroon as the last speaker. We also want to wrap up quickly and move to the next. So Cameroon, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor. In my country, we have more barriers and challenge for about this thematic. The first thing to do in my country is to organize the roundtable to sensibilize the people about the transition of this sector. That is the first thing we need to do in our country. After that, is very important for us to evaluate the knowledge of the people about the transition of energy, and after that, it will be important to organize the capacity building, because people in our country don't know the technology and the importance of the green transport. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll just do a quick wrap up. Simon will help us to just quickly wrap up this session, and then we will proceed to the next. Thank you very much for your work. Right, Simon.
Yes, I'm standing between your next sessions. So thanks again for your contribution. I think for this first round, we heard about both developed and developing countries, invaluable insights into the challenges and the solution at hand. You all recognize the urgent need to mitigate climate change and let's say solution to decarbonize transportation system. We heard barriers such as limited local human capacity, some of the technical gaps in terms of development of new solution, and all the policy and regulation hurdles that are still, let's say, between the scaling up of clean transportation solution. You also highlighted a very promising path forwards, highlighting the promise of sustainable technologies, policy innovation, and also I hear about community engagement as essential component of this transformative journey. I think what I view today is the knowledge exchange, the collaboration are very important to address the specific challenge in the transport sector and resolving issue around bridging capacity gaps. We heard about forging partnership between countries, between, let's say, ministries often from the same country, sharing best practices and channeling the necessary resources into capacity building initiatives. And with those, in the team of this breakout room, we have all the ingredients to help you as country delegates to accelerate the adoption of those technologies and drive as well financing in this sector. I think the solution of tomorrow starts with solving the problem today. We have an understanding of the collective challenges, but also we heard about specific situations from different countries in Africa, in small island states, and other parts of the world. So thank you so much for your contribution, and we now invite you to go to your next breakout sessions. Thank you so much.
Yes, you actually stay here. We are the ones going. Yes, okay.
We are leaving, sorry. Lucky you.
Hello. Okay, great. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry for the delay. We're here to discuss the barriers and challenges for just energy transition in the transport sector in relation to finance. I am clearly not either of these people on the board. I'm Celine. They'll change the slide, but actually the question, there we go. That's it. Ben, unfortunately, is unable to join us. He's probably on a flight to DC right now. But we're going to press on, and it'd be really useful to get your views and your thoughts on the financing challenges that are facing your countries, and also any best practices and opportunities where you feel that it has worked in overcoming these financial challenges, and then any international cooperation issues that you can suggest moving forward in this particular area. So I would give you the floor. If anyone wants to intervene, please raise your flag. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, so in our first session in the other group, we did have a chat about different modalities of financing. So we did, there were some conversations about the financing mix and the stress by quite a number of countries on public finance, and then some discussion about private finance. But we have now Brazil. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Just about this topic, we have many things to bring actually as a contribution. First of all, we do believe that it is really, really important to say that the energy transition that we are discussing here, it is going to be more expensive. And by having these in mind, it means that we need to find ways to make it affordable for many part of the population. And the world population, in thinking about developing countries, this is a matter of concern, especially if we are considering that these aspects may increase somehow inequalities, social inequalities, and bring distortions to the existing regulatory framework. So this is something that it is really important to say, because we need to find better solutions considering the choices that each country can go for in terms of their transitions. One of the things that we believe that can help developing countries to get better results in terms of their energy transition is to get access to climate funds, and concessional resources is one of the key opportunities. But for some countries, even concessional resources will not be enough, or they cannot afford and dedicate part of their budget to that. So we need to think about having grants and rethinking the role of multilateral banks in this process, basically because they concentrate those resources, and for many developing countries, this is something that can be a difference to come. One of the other aspects that we need to bring to this discussion is the need for financing for research, development, and innovation. We still have a long way to go for many of those technologies that we have discussed earlier and yesterday to be feasible for many of these countries, and we have a lot of opportunities here for new technologies to come and new solutions to come. And it demands investments. And one of the key aspects that we should be thinking about is how to provide access to those resources, thinking that developing countries also have capacity for developing research, studies, and providing new solutions to these energy transition that the world needs. So these are one of the things that we want to discuss, and even thinking about, for example, we have some other initiatives that countries are mobilizing for getting access or providing sovereign bonds, sustainability bonds. Brazil is in process of developing your sustainability bonds based on sovereign bonds, but we also have a settled framework that prevents some of the technologies that can be promising for energy transition that is not considered by those second part opinions institutions, for example. So this is something that we should be looking for. Otherwise, we are going to dismiss some important technologies that can deliver better results now in the short and mid-term for energy transition, while we are still counting on some technologies that is still demanding some sort of investments, research, development to come in to get scale worldwide. Some initial thoughts about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I just wanted to have just one question about the settled framework. You were talking about existing technologies that, can you elaborate on those?
Yeah, for example, biofuels. When Brazil was signed to sovereign bonds, the second part opinion said, "Oh, we don't consider that."
So again, the limitations of going to international capital markets, even with these innovative financial instruments. Thank you very much for your intervention. Brazil, Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just wanted to on the financing aspect, and I think you said it well in your presentation earlier this morning in terms of debt instruments add to a lot of our burdens, right? So in Ethiopia's case, we have $28 billion worth of external debt, which we're having challenges servicing, and looking to go through the G20 common framework to restructure and things like that. So. But I also wanted to highlight some things that we're doing as a country to better our investment climate, and then also ready ourselves for hopefully what will be workable financing modalities that can come. Because I think one thing that we need to consider is actually not just Ethiopia, but developing countries in general also have our captive markets for potential producers, OEMs, and things like that. Because 120 million people in Ethiopia, second largest population in Africa. So I mean, you already have a captive market there. So I think I said in one of the World Cafe sessions, maybe cars are not the best solution for us because there's going to be a large chunk of the population that's never going to be able to afford cars. But two-wheelers, three-wheelers, those are really good solutions. And so we are, as a country, so for example, I work for the Sovereign Wealth Fund, which was specifically established to be a co-investor and that de-risking partner for foreign investors that are looking to do investments in the country. And so when it comes to looking to test out technologies, looking to locate plants into the continent to service the wider continent, we're taking steps to be ready for that. So the institution is a part of that, and also we've changed some of our regulatory requirements when it comes to FX management, and then also in terms of other regulations, really making the burden a little lower for and easier for countries, companies from other countries that have the expertise that can service not just Ethiopia but the sub-Saharan Africa in general, to locate there. And so from and then the one ask I do have is, I think the one solution we need more of is local currency financing, because we don't want to repeat the mistakes and, you know, how we got to this unsustainable debt level by doing more of the same. So thinking with that context in mind, that, you know, developing countries are actually captive markets for potential solutions. If we can think about local currency financing in addition to concessional financing, that will really help move the needle in a lot of developing countries, including Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia, for your contribution. We have Papua New Guinea.
Thank you very much. And I believe the other day I raised an important issue surrounding the reliability of the grid system for energy transition in the transport sector. And PNG, roughly, we use around, let's say, 73% of the nation's electricity supply is generated by diesel or fossil fuel, and that is because the energy source is available to us at a very cheap rate, and also at the retail level where it's accessible by everybody. Now, PNG as a country, we have a huge potential in hydro, and one of the things with hydro development is it's capital intensive to develop massive hydro projects. I recall a conversation during the first mitigation dialogue in Bonn, Germany, where the Green Climate Fund did a presentation, and PNG made an intervention, and we specifically asked the fund to consider separating or making a distinction where they set up a separate focal point for energy and energy transition. And we did that because we made a point that energy will require a lot of focus when it comes to funding access. And when we talk about repurposing budgetary allocations for energy transition, apart from other socioeconomic priorities, I think one of the important issue to consider, especially for a country like PNG, who's also big on hydrocarbon development, is whether we can learn from the examples of what Ethiopia is doing in trying to set up a trust fund for their renewable energy programs, and we repurpose our fossil fuel subsidies for renewable energy. And a good portion of our tax exemptions for hydrocarbon development could be repurposed if we are looking at resourcing our renewable energy sector, and it could be rediverted into a setup like what Ethiopia did in their country. For so long, and I remember very well because this has been a common group position within the Alliance of Small Island States, is on the removal of fossil fuel subsidies in the region. We also have a free fossil fuel subsidy framework for countries like PNG, where some of these systems are centric and it's very difficult to move within that space. How about we start thinking of repurposing these subsidies? So when it comes to the review of mining contractual agreements, the government could have a say in how that can be considered. And that goes back to the recommendations that you want to capture as part of this report going forward, is the repurposing of fossil fuel subsidies for renewable energy programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll make sure that that's captured in the reporting. Germany, please.
Thank you very much. And when it comes to the finance for the energy transition and the energy transition in the transport sector, that is not just a question of public finance, that is a question of shifting public and private investments in that sector. and overall. And it is also a question of shifting practices, investments, planning, designing of cities, for example. And it is more or less a holistic approach that needs to be conducted there. And we think that probably 5 main elements could be or should be mentioned here. The one is, as I mentioned, the shift of public and private investments. For example, in the public procurement, you could aim for zero-emission alternatives when they are there, and that has can have a tremendous market effect. For example, as in the EU, we are doing this through the Clean Vehicles Directive, which is defining what is a clean vehicle, and defining, for example, only net zero vehicles beginning in 2026 as clean vehicles, and that has an effect for public procurement. You also have to shift private investment. That is a more challenging way to do. That needs regulation, that needs stakeholder involvement, that needs especially involvement on all governmental levels, regional levels, city levels, and also, of course, the national governments. And it does include designing of cities, planning processes, infrastructure planning, etc. That might shift private investment a lot. It has also, we also need market signals, telling the markets where we are to go, where the way is ahead. That means using fora like this, for example, or having recommendations from the COP, for example, on that renewable energies are the one commodity that can, or the one measure that can contribute or deliver on the mitigation we need for 2030, just to get in line on a 1.5 trajectory. That are essential signals where the markets would react to if it came from governments and if it came from multilateral fora. Shifting subsidies is a big thing and a big issue that should be done, and allowed subsidies for fossil fuel transports can shift towards incentivizing non-motorized, incentivizing collective and zero-emission transports, and governments can look into that. Another thing where we can incentivize change is, for example, using revenues from carbon taxation and investing them in clean transportation, in net zero transportation. In the EU, for example, we are having the emissions trading system, and we created a social climate fund that is looking into various aspects of the transition and how this can be eased for the most affected by it on social levels, and also providing support for vulnerable households, providing support for member states that are not as capable as others, for example, to invest in low emission in net zero transport. And another thing, coming back to the market signals, would be highlighting the cost competitiveness of zero emission technologies that is there already, and that is affecting a lot of levels. Yes, EV cars are often more expensive. That's not the case, for example, for two-wheelers, as we heard a lot. But the use of EV transportation, for example, is usually and everywhere more less expensive, cheaper than going for combustion engines and going for fossil fuels, and that is will even stay in the energy transition. Of course, it is important. And then coming back to the mitigation work program we had in Bonn, to foster the transition overall to renewable electricity, as we are going, or as the future is actually in electricity vehicles. We need to increase that, but even now, with not all renewables electricity, most of the EV transport is cheaper than fossil fuel-based transport, and of course the international level is very important. you need to provide through multilateral development banks, other multilateral fora, you need to provide finance assistance a lot, and the EU is doing this through the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and others. Leveraging funding instruments by MDBs can globally accelerate the transformation that we need to do and that we need to see. Guess I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Much Germany. We have Panama next.
Thank you very much. When it comes to financing issues, one of the main things to keep in mind that as developing countries, we face a lot of necessities and needs in different aspects, which make it more difficult to assign resources to make the transition. In this way, we have to prioritize, we have to kind of have segments in which we are going to use the limited resources as a country, and give the opportunity to the private sector to carry on some of the investments needed, and also try to bring these new models and work together with the private sector, with public-private partnerships, in order to try to ease the burden of this change in the transport sector and overall in the energy transition. It's also important to have in mind that in the case of Panama as a carbon negative country, and in many cases for developing countries, the emissions are very, very low. And usually the vulnerability is very, very high. So you have, again, to prioritize. You're going to use the limited resources you have to focus on reducing your already low emissions or increase your resilience and your capacity to adapt to climate change. And in that sense, it requires other countries to provide more financing, access to this financing, in order for us as developing countries to reach the development in a more sustainable way. It is also important to have plans, strategies, and overall a comprehensive approach that allows the private sector to understand where we are going, how we want to get there, so they understand how they can come in, bring investments, and also provide their services, the technologies needed, and that will ease, again, the burden for the public sector to carry on these investments. In our case, our main focus has been on public transportation, as it brings a lot of benefit for a multiple number of citizens, rather than focusing extremely on individual and transportation. Because yes, for electrical vehicles, you basically need incentives, but again, the resources are very limited. So focusing on public transportation makes a lot of sense in our case. Also, in that regard of focusing on public transportation, we also face the difficulties of being a small country. So again, when it comes to the scale and the how attractive are investments in a very small country, what we have been doing is working together with other countries in the region to try to apply for different funding sources. And in that case, we have been able to access funding through the Green Climate Fund and IDB to provide financial capacities to make the transformation and change in the public transportation and also in the government fleet. That's what we have been doing, and I think it's a very we have been very successful in that part. And as a small country, developing country, we need to work together, find those countries that share the same conditions, and try to come together to bring a more ambitious and scale the opportunities to make the change. Thank you.
Panama, and I think I wanted to just stress that was an important point that you bring up in terms of particularly for some countries where emissions are very low generally. The trade-offs between the financing for mitigation versus much more pressing finance for adaptation and resilience is also something that's quite crucial to think about in terms of the balance of funding. Thank you very much. We have Cameroon next. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. In about financing issue in my country, you have more barriers and challenge. You know, Cameroon in Central Africa, in the Congo Basin, and now we have more energy project in transport. For example, tramway in the two big cities, Yaoundé and Douala, because in that city you have many and many more bike and motorbike. Since 7 years, we need to be accredited as a national entity to the Green Climate Fund. It's very difficult because the procedure and the mortality is very, very strong. And in our country, we only have international institutions like World Bank, French Development Agency, and so on. We need in our country we have Cameroon is in Central Africa, and we have carbon, and the carbon price is very low. It's not good for us to go to the international market to do the transition in carbon, because the price is very, very low. And I want to tell to my colleague to continue.
Okay, thank you so much. In addition, we want to say that in our country we are trying to initiate some dialogue with all stakeholders to discuss about the mobilization of finance. Last week we have a meeting with Standard Chartered Bank, with many of ministries like the Ministry of Finance, to see how we can integrate the private sector, who is very important for us for the mobilization of the finance, to access the transition of that issue, the transition in the modes of transport. As my colleague says, it's important for us to see about infrastructure we have and what we need for the collective transport with low carbon, like tramway in main cities like Yaoundé and Douala, who are the main cities with big concentration of population, and we use actually second-hand cars with more emission carbon. So in our NDC is a main point to change and to how we say to make a very good transition about that topic. This is what I want to add to what my colleagues see before me. Thank you so much.
For your also sharing your experiences and challenges. We have Bhutan now. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Many of the points we already discussed, so I put down the flag, but yet I'll just make one comment, especially from our experience. I think when it comes to financing issues, one of many other barriers is that in the transport sector, as we know, it is there's a lot of issues in terms of having the actual transport infrastructure and then having the energy infrastructure to fuel the transport sector, especially in terms of mitigation. So those two usually are separate in many countries, and then the financing becomes an issue in terms of how to go about it. And one thing what we notice is that oftentimes than not, most of the energy infrastructure planning or the energy project are done on a project-based financing. And when it becomes a mainstream development plan, and it's very difficult to get financing for what is taken up as a mainstream development plan. And as I said, in terms of having the road, city planning, and the overall aspect of the infrastructure planning, vis-a-vis the other aspects like power system design, the charging stations, I think that has to be integrated so that we can access the financing that will be effective.
Thank you very much, Bhutan, for highlighting the importance of integrated financing. We have South Africa next, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I would say that the overriding challenge, and it doesn't just apply to transport, is how any particular sector's transformation fits into the broader just transition plan of that country and related to international equity and sustainable development in general. And the reason I say that, of course, is that difficult choices have to be made. You can't afford to do everything all at once. You don't have the money, you don't have the capacity, and it's not physically possible. So you have to choose what is the best thing to invest your time and money in, and you also have to look at sequencing. And in energy, in transport, of course, if your source of energy is fossil fuels, as it is for us, the first and obvious thing you need to do is try and move away from that before you start going to electric cars and that, for everybody. You can start obviously trying to invest in it, but these solutions mean different things in different contexts. And the overarching priority, obviously, for any developing country would have to be poverty alleviation, addressing inequalities, achieving development. So that's the bigger, objective here. And it's not always the best use of resources, to follow a kind of slanted, unfair international narrative, which says you have to achieve a certain target everywhere, all the time, set by somebody else, which doesn't respect that. And then the other key consideration is, do you have the economy at scale to roll out these things, or are you just going to be buying technology which may or may not work, or may or may not be the best solution at any particular time? So in the South African case, what we're trying to do, for example, under the JETP, is the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and which is part of a much broader Just Energy Transition Plan of the government itself, is to include a component on electric mobility as a kind of experiment to see whether we can create a local industry, a value chain, a green industrialization around that. So it's not just, get somebody in a green-friendly car. Can you create an economy around it? Because that, I think, would be the key thing which would make it sustainable and applicable to us, even if we ended up selling it to somebody else, so they get the ultimate benefit from the product. And then we also have to look at context, as I mentioned, because an advance in one area can also harm you elsewhere. We're one of the world's leading producer of platinum-based metals, platinum group metals, which are one of the main uses, as you know, is for catalytic converters for combustion engines. So it's like an improvement on a dirty engine. But when that technology goes out of business, so our sector might go out of business, and that is many hundreds of thousands of jobs through the value chain. So you also have to see if there are different uses for those resources, and plan and link these things, and not just take decisions in a vacuum. Obviously, as others have said, the key when you actually do in your transport sector want to get things moving, and based on what's your priority, and for us it would be things like freight, which are increasingly choking our roads, causing traffic accidents, environmental pollution, things like that.
you would need massive scale infrastructure investments way beyond your own capacity, way beyond the private sector. So you would need complicated partnerships and arrangements. And here you would run into the normal problems of being highly indebted and needing sovereign guarantees to underpin those loans which you cannot afford and which would take you over your debt ceiling, and that's usually what unravels most, most plans. And you would also, you would have to look at de-risking and all those normal complicated financial arrangements and the cost of borrowing money before you can get serious about large-scale investment priorities. So just in conclusion, another thought that occurred to me is, we always say developed country leadership, but there's a very practical part of this here too, and it may not be just developed countries. Let's say leaders in the field. They're the trendsetters. So one of the contributions there is if they can prove that a new technology or a new transport innovation works, they can drive down the costs, they can make it accessible. That is a good time for others to move in. You can't expect a developing country to lead on something and to take the risk of a new technology which may or may not work. So that's also part of the contribution developed countries and other technology leaders make. But and equally, it's an equity consideration that that you can't expect, for example, a small island developing state to move in and develop the latest of everything. That you wait and see sometimes what's the most affordable, logical solution. Thanks.
Thank you, South Africa, for highlighting the need for prioritization and sequencing of financing needs, and also the other question that's been discussed in many of these groups. It's also the role of research and development finance. We have Samoa next. You have the floor.
Testing. Thank you. Just to add on the discussion, and then especially focusing on the financing issues. The financing issues can be categorized into two simple streams, and that can be access and amount. And for access, there has been numerous discussions, and many have been raised by SID's struggles in getting climate finance opportunities, such as the Green Climate Fund and others. But I would like to echo the need to have tailored specific processes that can better cater the needs of SIDS and all other parties with special needs. As an actionable solution in the financing issues, there is a need to have a regional presence or establishments of these institutions within regional for easier access and relationship. I'll speak on the amount. In terms of the climate finance, SEEDS needs a minimum allocation of funds for readiness support to assist in the just energy transition in the transport sector to urgently scale up mitigation ambition and implementation. And this morning, we saw the presentation on a model that talks about avoid, shift, and improve. And that's a very good model. It's an excellent model. But what it would be interesting is to see how we can have a dollar value added to that model so that we can build a robust cost-benefit analysis that for each region so that we can be able to have that just energy transition. Further on, I would like to add on the importance that most of all the Pacific Island countries, including SIDS, have developed their NDC roadmap and investment plans. And financing issues are part of these NDC roadmap and investment plans. We would like to echo the importance of having those because those are ambitious targets that SIDS have pledged out, and we need that transition in place as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just, for the benefit of our online participants, I have 3 more interventions from the floor here, and then I'll come to you. Thank you. And it's Togo next. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. What I would like to add is some experiences from Togo. In Togo, financing issue are dealt at maybe 2 levels. First level is how to make access to new technology or let's say renewable energy to local populations. At this level, the government is making a kind of partnership with private sectors instead of buying maybe a motorcycle, let's say electric motorcycle at once. There is a kind of lease scheme for the people to buy it at some rates, and then they have the motorcycle, but they don't pay the full amount at once, and then they will pay it when they are using it for some period. And then they have also another scheme of bringing the electricity to rural populations. And then for that one, they don't need to pay there is a national rate for having electricity, but now during this project, there is a subvention from the government, and then people could have access easily to electricity from solar panel. That is for the accessibility of new technologies. And then at the other level, at the national level, the government is making effort to see what is being put in financing the transitions. Currently, there is ongoing work in the Ministry of Economy and Finance to map everything that is spent for the transition. Then at the end, we have a kind of green budget for the government. That will be a kind of let's say that will be used for looking for another finance through maybe the ordinary financial framework. And then I think that we also still need capacity building towards financial people, maybe the Ministry of Finance, to know how maybe to use what we are calling green bonds. What could be the scheme of using this kind of scheme to look for finance? And then we also still need capacity building about everything related to the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, to know how to leverage on this Article 6 to finance this kind of transition. And then the last one is the integration about financing sustainable development goals and anything related to the transition for a climate-friendly development. That is what I would like to add. Thank you.
Togo, Mexico, we have you next.
Thank you. Well, I just want to share one good practice that we have in Mexico that it's in line with what other colleagues just say here, mainly to have into account that we need to build co-benefits in actions that can be that can be part of the financial instrument that we will have as development countries. We know that we need a comprehensive plan for financial resources. So we, through our Ministry of Finance, have a political financial tool called the Sustainable Taxonomy of Mexico. It aims to encourage investment in economic activities that will let us meet the objective of mitigation and adaptation policies on climate change, and at the same time, it wants to reduce the social gaps and protect the environment in the country. So it took more than 2 years to have this taxonomy because we had a lot of discussion in internal views with different sectors on how we can have the best roadmap to attract the investment in Mexico. So we find actually 124 activities that is distributed in 6 economic sectors: agriculture, energy, manufacturing, transportation, construction, and waste management. And we see, or we build good practices and spaces where companies and other partners, such as another developed countries, can help us to fulfill the different elements that we saw in a strategic way. And it was kind of difficult because we have to first talk with the other ministers to let them understand what is their purpose in climate change policies. But when they understand what they have to do, it's kind of easy to try to find opportunities to have the financial access. So I think that it's a good practice that we can share with other countries. Thank you
for sharing your experience. Mexico, United States, please.
Hello, thank you. So I'll have a couple of points and also try to reflect a little bit and respond to some of the things that were said. I think definitely agree on the points that have come up about the importance of local context. So financing needs, challenges, they all vary greatly depending on what we're talking about and where we're talking about it. So electrification of full transport fleets, drop-in biofuels, promoting walking and biking, these are all different challenges with different financing needs in different areas. So it's a complicated issue, we acknowledge that for sure. But nevertheless, I think it's really important to highlight, again, the IPCC headline finding that there is sufficient global capital and liquidity to close these investment gaps. So this isn't an issue of a lack of capital. But in every case, for every project, I think and this is maybe an issue that I think didn't arise enough this morning in some of the presentations, we're not thinking holistically enough. So the question is never on any of these questions, how much is a thing? How much is the cost? It always should be compared to what? So how much is the cost compared to what? So there is a cost to developing and maintaining transportation systems, and there is a lock-in cost. And candidly, I think I've said this a little bit before, the US has some serious infrastructure lock-in problems. Our interstate highway system was built in the 1950s. That has affected the choices that we have today. And we're now today struggling with how can we fix these problems. And had we had known in the 1950s that this was going to be the result, I'm sure we would have kind of tried to include these calculations and had maybe led to different results in different systems. But again, we need to, in some ways, a lot of people were talking about the importance of life cycle analysis. So we need to do life cycle analysis, not just for emissions, but also for costs, right? So costs and benefits. So to respond on another issue, the issue of kind of leading countries on particular issues and technologies, I think it's important to note there has been a lot of success in this area, and costs have been coming down. So another headline finding from the IPCC was that the cost of lithium-ion batteries has come down 80% in the last 10 years. That's incredible. And there's no indication that that's going to stop. There's no one's saying that progress has suddenly reached its peak. So we do expect costs to continue to decline. In the US, we're trying to take the lead on driving the costs down of these technologies globally. We're putting a lot of investment into electric vehicles and to clean energy, but we're focusing on transportation. So electric vehicles through this Inflation Reduction Act and through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. There's lots of investment in the US in these, which hopefully will have benefits globally. So again, going back to the costs and benefits on longer timescales, I think it's really critical to think about, again, the air quality issues. So just to reflect again on something like 7 million people a year die from air quality, and a lot of that is in urban centers, and transportation is a huge problem. And so that needs to be something that's always factored into the calculus on costs and benefits. And in the US, we have been successfully reducing pollution from the transportation sector and others since the 1970s, but it's an ongoing battle. And we're still doing this, and we're not done. But so to give a recent example, in the bipartisan infrastructure bill that I mentioned, there was a part for $5 billion for clean diesel buses for schools. And so, again, we still have serious pollution issues in a lot of our urban centers and poorer areas have older buses that are very polluting, and it's especially bad for children. But these investments that we're doing are expected to pay for themselves over time. There's benefits of zero tailpipe pollution, there's reduced emissions, there's reduced maintenance costs, there's reduced brake wear, there's reduced fuel costs, and all of these things make a difference. So if we were just looking at the costs of the project, we would say it was 5 billion, but it are actually expected to this to be much less or maybe pay for itself when you do a life cycle analysis of the project. So, I mean, on that, transportation, and moving a little bit, so transportation costs systems into themselves are often pretty attractive investments when you consider a full life cycle.
I'm so sorry, United States, we have to cut interventions, so make one quick point.
I'll just be really quick then to kind of wrap up. I think, again, it's very important to have global signals on investments, and U.S. Again, that help drive investments. And U.S. financial institutions, others are trying to figure out what does Paris-aligned mean. And without having signals on global markets, how to drive these things, we're basically abdicating responsibility to the private sector. And what we need to do is kind of tell private sector and public sector where to direct capital into these. So again, we strongly suggest the summary report contain clear recommendations on policies and measures and where we need to be in 2030 to really help send these market signals and drive the financing needs that are needed. Thank you. Oh, we have one colleague on the line.
Yes, we are going to go to the online colleague now, make sure that contributions are reflected. Yeah. Okay. One online colleague, and then we only have one, or we have many? Yeah, just 1 minute for whoever's online. Can we do it very quickly? If there are technical issues, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut off.
Can you hear me? In such case, I'll start.
Yep, go ahead.
Good. This is Jonas Otterheim, Volvo Cars again. Building on what was just said, I ask you to make climate a competitive advantage. What I'm saying is that, well, we have a clear view on our climate targets and how to act on it. We're trying to be fully electric. But the important thing is that, well, when we are listed on the Swedish public stock exchange, and our owners also recognize this. So when we were listed, their requirements on investing on us were really, really tough. They set requirements on us to have science-based climate targets. They require us to report very detailed emission energy data and publicly sort of report it to show how we calculate. And the key thing here that they don't only focus on the emissions of driving the car, but also the full value chain, the materials going into it to take a full life cycle perspective on it. And what we see is that the legislation, for example, in EU is helping them put the right requirements on us. So the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, the EU taxonomy, and all of those different policies are helping them help us go in the right direction. And this can already today be seen in we are actually getting better interest rates on our loans. This helped us when we launched the green bonds, and we managed to attract new shareholders thanks to our climate targets. So my point is put tougher requirements on the financial industry to put them on us, because this will make an even playing field, and this would actually help us all because we can do it. And not only for climate, of course. Well, the new Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, or CCDD in Europe, is helping us focus on more like biodiversity in other areas, not only climate, that is helping us all go in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that dovetails very nicely with the previous intervention. I am so sorry, Japan, but if you could submit, if you have something written, you can submit that to the Secretariat to make sure that your views are reflected. Thank you very much.
Now you can hear me. That's it. Okay, 2 to go. Come on. Okay, just 2 more of this, and you would get your ticket to the cultural visit. An evening that perhaps, is a bit more relaxed than the past evenings you've been having, particularly for those of you who've been here since the Global Stocktake Workshop. So my name is Marucha Cardama. You saw me this morning. I was in this room yesterday afternoon, the whole afternoon, and what a joy. What a joy. So I have quite some high expectations. I mean, no pressure, but I just wanted to know that wanted you to know that I heard so interesting things yesterday that I think that we can connect quite a lot of what we heard back to today. So on the screen there, you got what we are going to talk about. That question, you know it, but we are missing 2 critical words. So perhaps let's see if I can help us land a bit on what is it that we're going to be talking about for the next few moments. So it's policy and measures, okay? So we are not talking finance, we are not talking technology, we are talking policy and measures. Now, of course, I do need to nuance that. We obviously know that policy, finance, technology are a package, isn't it? But just to perhaps follow the agenda that we've been suggested to follow, now we're going to go into the world of policy and measures. What are those barriers? What are those challenges for enabling the just energy transition in the transport sector? And we would love to hear from you here in the room, of course, but we would also love to hear from those who are online joining us. We know that there's a combination of parties and non-party stakeholders online, and obviously tending first to the needs of the room here physically. We would then turn as well to the virtual room in case there's any participations there. So who is going to be the courageous delegate who is going to kick off the 3rd round of these workshops? Come on. So policies and measures, phenomenal. I already see a flag. I see 2 flags. Oh, that means that I think we can get started, because I'm sure that I'll have a 3rd flag and a 4th flag, isn't it? So this means that phenomenal. Thank you very much. So it means that we're going to have Japan, followed by the Cook Islands, followed by Brazil, and many more, hopefully. Japan, please, the floor is yours. I think you need a microphone. It's coming. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to break the ice. And for this session, I would like to address some important prerequisites in setting the policy measure. One point I want to make is the importance of the lack of accurate data. By having sufficient data, both in terms of quality and quantity, each party could develop and act and monitor the progress of appropriate policy measures. And this, in accumulation, will lead to global GHG reduction in the transport system. Speaking from experience in Japan, based on the Act on Promotion of Global Warming Countermeasures, there's a statutory plan for GHG reduction. And this plan sets estimates targets and guidelines for all GHG and publicly announces reduction to be achieved by 2030, and including various breakdowns on individual transport method. And this breakdown data is a key. This allows us to consider improvement in each mode of transport. So another point to raise is the necessity to take into account various regional characteristics. Often there are discussions about different characteristics in terms between nation to a nation, but there are also diversity within the nation, and we need to address all of these. It could be geographic condition, like a location near the coastal city, or is it the location in a mountains with heavy snow? And it could also be like a demographic condition, saying something like increasing or decreasing trends of population. This is important because the appropriate mode of transport may likely differ from a large city. Note that IPCC states that a city emits 70% of GHGs, where expansion of the railway or bicycling lane could be a best method, whereas in the small remote villages where efficient on-demand transport, working on efficiency may work. So in this context, Japan introduced this policy called Decarbonizing Leading Area and appointed more than 60 subnationals to promote introducing renewables and decarbonized mode of transport. For example, Kyoto introduced EV taxis. And the central government, through this program, provides the financial incentives. And these lessons are also applied internationally, for example, through city-to-city collaboration program. And the key takeaway here I would like to stress is that from our experience, it is important that the policy has this flexibility, enough to address diversity of local characteristics. And also it's important that the subnationals or the municipal takes the initiation part, and the central government is rather providing a supportive push. So this is how it works with the flexibility and the initiation balance, and those are the lessons from us. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Japan. The Cook Islands, followed by Brazil, please.
Kia ora. So some of the barriers that we've had with our policy development has been the historical mandates of head of ministries and staying within their boundaries of their mandates. So what's happened is what's happening is that's changing slowly, but the Climate Change Office has been in charge of climate change policies, and the transport has been in charge of transport, not policies but mandates. So mandates in the regulatory body, so there's no actual, the transport department, the transport ministry is looking at it from a different lens from the rest of everyone, from what they should be looking at it. Not a broader lens as covering all aspects. And part of this has been sorted out when this year a green initiative policy has been brought into the transport sector. They're moving a lot of the reporting of the motor vehicles from the police into the transport sector, which was always a difficult thing when doing a greenhouse gas inventory. And actually just to get information about how many vehicles and that are on the island. There are more vehicles than people, so that's an interesting fact. We're at a 2-to-1 ratio, or no, not a 2-to-1, but 1.5 at least. So there are some of the problems that have come up. Even generally, the one code that was developed the building code was developed without any green initiatives put in there, so that's now been reviewed and redone. So yeah, and also just want to pick up that point on measuring outcomes and reporting. That's one of the other things that has been introduced at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Cook Islands. Brazil, please. And we need a few more flags here. Excellent. We have the next one. It'll be Brazil, followed by Mauritius. Please.
Thank you so much. About this topic, we would like to bring into consideration the importance of having more integrated planning in some perspective, and this might be an issue for some developing countries, especially because talking about the transport sector, we are talking about thinking about cross-cutting policies that need to be delivered, and sometimes we feel like it will have huge impacts on how these different government stakeholders develop their national policies or programs and so on. And even though we need to consider that in some cases we need to go into subnational levels to have more comprehensive results. And it is quite difficult depending on the context because they have different political times, they have different priorities, and I think I have mentioned this yesterday in another opportunity, but this might be of huge importance for having better results when thinking about some of the topics that we are considering. We also think that we should be paying more attention about the importance of long-term energy planning. This is not an issue that many countries can count on, unfortunately, but we do believe this is going to be the best way for them to address which are going to be their challenges and which are going to be the policies and regulatory framework that should be delivered to make those, to remove these barriers for these new opportunities that come from using or adopting these new technologies. And we do believe that even having these, this is not going to be an easy way, because we are talking about an issue that many countries are still learning on how to deal with these new technologies. So if we are not in cooperation or collaboration to understand which worked and which didn't for each case, we are going to lose some precious opportunity to look for a more effective position on that. But it is also important to say that although bilateral and multilateral cooperation can be a way of understanding these lessons learned, it should be put in place very, very carefully, because for developing countries, it should not be a way of making those countries adopt the exact regulatory framework that developed countries have adopted. So this is something that we are seeing taking place in some areas, for example, for hydrogen, where we have a huge influence for some regulatory framework taking place in developing countries. And we should be paying attention to understand if that is a real necessity of that country, if it addresses all the potential and the different energy resources that it can deliver, and how they can enhance their results in terms of energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Mauritius, please, followed by Panama.
Thank you.
Followed by PNG, I believe, isn't it? If I'm getting it right. Yes, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, I believe that the absence of a comprehensive and consistent policy framework for EV can be the hindrance for the adoption. There should be clear and favorable policies, such as subsidies, tax incentives, and supportive regulations. It can impact. In fact, they can impact the market dynamics and consumer behavior. I would say that the lack of long-term and stable policy framework can lead to uncertainty among stakeholders. Say, for example, the government is changing after 5 years. The policy and the policy and the what they are thinking and what they want to implement might change. So I think in the long term, and to promote the promotion of EVs across the world, there should be clear, stable policy. And in fact, also, the policies are sometimes cross-sectoral. There should be the collaboration of all the stakeholders and the buy-in of the private sector as well. I would like to share in Mauritius for a particular project to have the buy-in of the private sector. We carried out informal meetings, just like breakfast session. So we meet monthly with the private sector in the morning to have a sort of a breakfast session where we have discussions on all the policies and what they are doing and what are their issues, so as to encourage the promotion of the policy and how they are able to implement it and how we can assist them for implementation. And I would pass on the mic to my colleague who might say some few words.
Okay, just to add from what my friend said. So now we are having a more structured approach to policy formulation in Mauritius. So how we are doing it is to establish linkages between different stakeholders in Mauritius, be it the private sector or different ministries. So in fact, what we are trying to do is to mainstream climate change and mitigation actions within our mandate. And by so doing, we have been able to devise several strategies, several instruments to induce an uptake in EVs in Mauritius. And this has helped us to have a more structured approach in policy making and having our focus, our attention into mainstreaming, into integrating and devising appropriate plans for EVs to accelerate the shift to EVs in Mauritius. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mauritius. Panama followed by PNG. We need more flags. Colleagues, please.
Thank you. When it comes about policies, I would like to mention some things that we have done in Panama. One of the things that was mentioned during the morning was the informality of transportation and the fragmentation. That is the case in Panama, but in 2012, at a great cost, it was decided to bring them all together and create one company that will be the provider of the service for public buses in one of the areas. It was very costly, but it proved very effective because now that is the company we can talk to, and they have started to change some of the vehicles for electrical vehicles as they are subject to credit, and that's very important to have that companies very formal because that will help them to access finance and all those things. But again, after that and recently, there's been more informality, and we need to improve on that part and keep going because otherwise the effort will be not successful. Also, it's important to mention when it comes to policies, the need for regulation, the proper regulations. In that case, it's not only about having the policy and the regulation, it's also about being able to implement it. Since 2009, we have a policy to measure the emissions of vehicles. However, since then, we have not been able to implement that policy. So it's not only important to have the policy, but actually to implement it successfully. The other part is that for policy, it's very important the awareness and capacity building of the general citizens and public, because the changes that are needed, sometimes they will affect negatively the population in the very early stages, especially if you're going to change and rebuild the city to create more spaces for walking or spaces for bicycles. That will come with a certain difficulties during the construction and reshaping of the roads. And you need the public awareness to be behind that and support you, because policy decisions are political decisions too, and usually the politician thinks in short term. So if you are the politician and you're going to make that change that will in the short term affect negatively the population or the perception, then you are thinking, okay, I'm going to have to suffer the political I'm going to have the political problems, and the results will be later on, and that is not easy when you want to make the policy. You are usually thinking in short-term results. So if you have the population supporting that and understanding that, you know, early on it can be costly, it can be difficult and messy, but on the long term is positive, then as a politician, you know, the political cost is reduced and it's more easy for that policy to come into place. Also, it's very important to mention that at the policy level, it's not only about the federal or primary government, but local government must be part of this policy making, and the policies at all the levels must be aligned in order for it to be efficient and successful. And in our case, we have energy transition agenda, we have electromobility strategy, and that has been very helpful for the involvement of the private sector, understanding what we want to do, how we want to do it, so they can jump in and provide inputs for the development of these strategies and plans, but also for them to come and bring their own investments and start to moving along with that plan. Another policy we have implemented is a law for incentive for electric mobility. Then it's not just about having the policy published, it's about implementing it. And in that part is where financial aspects are very, very important, because you can, in the law, say you're going to provide certain incentives, then you need the financial capacity to provide them. And in that part, it's important to have the policy, but it's, again, bringing the importance of finance. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Panama. So we're going to PNG, followed by Samoa, followed by Bhutan. And then we might try to get some online participants to join us. PNG, please.
Thank you. And I only have 2 points to address. The first is a lot of countries, when it comes to challenges and barriers around energy transition in the policy space, is the lack of having an energy balance table. And that's very important. It's very important to understand the supply and demand for energy consumption, and also where the sectors come in to play a role in addressing their transition when it comes to renewable energy. And even the calculation of the information and the management of the data collection system for the energy balance table, it's a skill set that requires specific training. But otherwise, having an energy balance table is very critical for many countries. And I think for PNG, our technicians have been going for various training in Japan for that one. I would also like to acknowledge the government of Japan in the room for that support. But for most of the developing countries, having a very good energy balance table is very important. The second one, I think Panama touched briefly on this one, is renewable energy standards. We need to have a global approach towards working with global bodies responsible for technology standards to accelerate global standards. And this is important because transition requires implementation where sectors have to bring in the correct technology. And those technology that has to be brought in has to comply with some international minimum standards recognized by all countries, and especially the international bodies responsible for technology, ISO being one of them. And this is very important because the important risk a lot of our countries need to avoid is the proliferation of the global technology markets with cheap technology products, which at the consumption and retail level, it could also be unsafe and harmful to the end users and the consumers. And most of these cheap technology products are not energy efficient. They take up more energy when being used. In PNG, we have been engaging with our technology regulators and our customs officials, and they have made it very clear that as long as there is a global approach to the adoption of renewable energy technology standards, they would do their bit at the customs by ensuring that they filter what is not necessary to enter the country, it goes back out of the country. So for us, two important things, having an energy balance table and renewable energy standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PNG. We have Samoa, followed by Bhutan, followed by virtual participation, followed by the United States, please.
Thank you. I'd like to share a few thoughts, and I also like to echo some of the very important and very interesting discussions by our colleagues within the room. Just on the barriers and the challenges around the policies and measures of this just energy transition, I'd like to make 3 points, and this is based on most of the experiences of most of our Pacific Island countries or small island developing states. With the new technologies coming up, most of our policies are outdated, and we need to have them updated in the sense that as the technology progresses, we need to have updated policies in place to guide our progress in terms of implementation. And that leads me to the second point, which was raised by our colleague from Panama, implementation. We need to implement these policies in a holistic approach. And from the experience of Samoa, a sectorial approach is very much workable and very much successful in the sense that it does achieve, because most of the transition issue is cross-cutting across all other sectors, especially for our small island developing states. The third point is, and that's very important, other than just updating the policies and implementing, but we need to monitor the implementation of these policies rather than just develop policy documents and have them leave on the shelves to catch the dirt. So we need to monitor, continuous monitoring, and by doing that, we need the support and the resources. And those are some other barriers which add on to the challenges that we already have within our small island states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samoa. That I don't get confused in our tour around the globe. We're going to Bhutan, and then online participation, and then United States, please.
Thank you. So over these 2 days, I think we've discussed a lot of barriers and challenges, and in fact, even solutions, quite threadbare. But I just want to reflect one point. I think that has also been said by Samoa and many other colleagues from different countries regarding the mitigation action in transport sector being a cross-cutting issue. So this has to really sink in, because when we talk about the mitigation in transport sector, we have to deal with vehicles, we have to deal with non-motorized mobility, city planning, renewable energy access, zero emission fuels, technology, private sector involvement, the public infrastructure, the financing issues, the behavioral aspects and all that, and even the social aspects. So we've discussed all this, and one thing in terms of a major barrier or a challenge is particularly in the case of policies and having the right measures in place is the institutional arrangement. I think it's a prerogative of the countries themselves to have a workable institutional arrangement. You may have a really good policy, but if it doesn't work, then it doesn't make sense. And every country is different, as I keep saying. And in the case of Bhutan, I'm sad to say, but we do not really have a very best practice or the exemplary example of an institutional arrangement in place. We are still struggling. And for example, I can just relate the recent incidents of having a pilot project of EV vehicles, which was quite successful, but this was piloted under the Prime Minister's office. And now we have a Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, and we have a Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, and we are in the process of having proper dialogues and having a plan. I think while we all do all that, time is being lost. So this is just an experience to share with other countries that perhaps we should have a really good institutional arrangement in place.
If you allow me, let me salute the courage for bringing to us as well what have been perhaps those areas that haven't worked as you had planned originally. So thank you very much for that courage. We would like to have an online intervention, if there is one. There is one, yes? Perhaps you could help us either connect and the person introduces themselves, or do we know who is... we know him? We know him well? We know him well. We know you well, apparently.
Yeah.
Jonas.
Let me introduce myself again for the ones that are new. Sorry if I'm speaking too often, but I think it's important to bring the company perspective into this. My name is Jonas Otterheim. I'm working at Volvo Cars. And I have 2 points that I want to bring up here. Firstly, to me, the holy grail. Please set a global price on carbon. And of course, that is super tricky to get into practice. So until then, ask companies like us to set an internal price on carbon. We can do, and we should do. Secondly, I want to bring up the topic of standardized data and ways of calculating. In the last session, I asked you to make sustainability a competitive advantage. So building on that, I think it's very important to address the barrier we see when talking about this in terms of ensuring that what we calculate and communicate is comparable. At the moment, there is a risk that we do not compare apples with apples when doing sustainability claims. And to me, we need more policies and standardized ways of calculating to ensure we do that. So, for example, electric cars are at the moment defined as zero emission. And of course, they are not. And firstly, of course, we need to take into account the electricity of them. But secondly, we need to take into account all emissions of producing an electric car, both the manufacturing emissions, but all the materials in the car. We as a company do have the ability to act on that. but we need to ensure that this is taken into account when standardizing and, well, legislating this. Because if we don't do that, we miss half of the climate footprint of a car, regardless of the powertrain of it. So we need to standardize the way of doing it. So, well, please standardize and ensure that we do calculate comparably. That would be my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. And it seems that I would need to salute your resilience and your stamina for staying connected online. No, from what I understand, you've been there with us. Please, the United States, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And just want to start by saying that we agree with Japan and other colleagues here that you can't count what you can't measure. And so we continuously work to strengthen the gap in knowledge and tracking our progress. And we acknowledge that we're moving pretty quickly when it comes to our transition to adopt zero-emission transportation solutions, especially through our Inflation Reduction Act, our Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS and Science Act. And that tracking will also help us course correct if there are any areas that are not performing. Data will allow us to understand areas of investment. So, for example, in terms of geography, current data is showing that since 2021, the top 3 states that are actually manufacturing investment for batteries were Tennessee, Kentucky, and Georgia, which are some of our more rural states. So making sure that we're making investments where investments are needed. And then also tracking the types of investments that we're making. Batteries, vehicle manufacturing, are the incentives going to the right places, tracking the number of jobs created, and was mentioned that there's a need to track the total cost of the transition that we're making from electric vehicle, from ICEs to ZEVs, and plus also trying to track the avoided costs in terms of the lives saved with the improved air quality, time saved from reducing traffic congestion, etc. But also all this to say that this will require multi-stakeholder engagement from all levels of government, community-based organizations. Engaging with local stakeholders will ensure that their communities have a say and benefit from the changes of the new infrastructure and investments will bring, and also build the local capacity to access these incentives. And plus, we joining some of these global ambitions, such as the ZEV Transition Council, the Global Drive to Zero. This amplifies our commitment to our national targets, and that trickle down to the local level. And we would strongly suggest that the summary report contain clear recommendations on policies and where we should be by 2030.
Thank you very much, United States. Canada, I see your flag. We had another flag raised online from a party. If you could allow us, we're going to go first to the Netherlands, who raised their flag online, and then to Canada. So the Netherlands connecting virtually. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. We can hear you loud and clear, please.
Yes, I just wanted to underline all of those who said that policy making and target setting are really important. What we found is that as governments, we are creating this market for sustainable mobility. And as the Netherlands, we've benefited hugely from EU policies such as the CO2 standards for cars and vans, the CO2 standards for heavy-duty vehicles, which are currently under negotiation, the Clean Vehicle Directive, which obliges us to, as governments, to sustainably procure vehicles, and also the Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Regulation, which sets goals for the rollout of charging infrastructure and also hydrogen refueling stations. So for us, those are very important policies that helped create our national market as well, which has allowed us also to be a front runner when it comes to charging infrastructure technology. So it has really made a huge impact on private sector involvement and private investment. And what has also helped is that we have clear national goals as well, which are enshrined in our national climate agreement. So we've that provides also the long-term stability when it comes to our policy goals. And what we've also done, and that has impacted demand, and we've noticed that demand fluctuates with our policies. The way we promote electric vehicles is we provide tax cuts, and we provide subsidies as well. And what we've noticed is that the demand for electric vehicles directly corresponds with our policy changes. So just to underscore how important of a role we have as national governments on both the supply side and the demand side, and also to echo what the United States has said. In order to, I think, to create an aggregated demand internationally, it's very important that we join forces and that we join international initiatives such as the Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council, and also our own memorandum of understanding on zero emission heavy duty vehicles, which includes trucks and also buses, where we share knowledge not only on policies but also on the finance side. So that's also, I think those international initiatives will also help us set the global scene and provide clarity to the private sector on where we are all going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Netherlands. Canada, thanks for your patience. Then we're going to go to another intervention online.
Thanks very much. Actually, I would like to defer to a couple of Canadians that are online as well. So if you want to just turn right back to the virtual world, I think there's a couple of my experts online who would like to.
That's excellent. Thank you very much for helping us bridge, virtual and physical. That's phenomenal. So how is that working? I'm looking at the magical people who are making things work, Yes, is your colleague? Yes,
hi.
Christina?
Hopefully you can, or this is Aaron also from Canada.
Yes, okay, well, it's Canada. Thank you very much.
And Christina is also from Canada. We'll kind of do a little bit of a tag team effort here.
Thank you very much.
In Canada, we've seen policy evolution as it's happening. We started with looking at fundamental RD&D back 15 years ago when zero-emission vehicles were first coming to the market. And over time, that has transitioned into looking not only at light-duty passenger, but now we have some of the most stringent zero-emission vehicle targets for both light-duty, 100% by 2035, and then also medium and heavy duty where feasible, 100% by 2040 for sales in different class sizes. And it's important to work with all levels of government. So we work closely at the federal level, at the provincial level, as well as at the municipal level. We each bring to the table the policies that are within our own control, whether that's energy policy or municipal bylaws for parking, for instance. We've had a sustainable long-term policy signal that helps lock in private sector investments. We're investing in long-term growth of the clean technologies that will enable clean or zero-emission vehicle deployment. So battery technologies, hydrogen fuel cell technologies, hydrogen production, infrastructure development. We've been investing to offset the upfront cost difference of vehicles through vehicle purchases at the federal and provincial level, and then also infrastructure. And again, working at the federal level with our subnational governments to install infrastructure across the country. We really also now are focusing, to get to the just transition part, on a couple things, ensuring that there's access to zero-emission vehicle charging and refueling across the entire country. And Canada is a vast country with a very small population, second largest country in the world, with about 45 million people in it. And so we really know that there's vast distances that need to be covered if you're trying to transition from coast to coast by a zero-emission vehicle. So we're not only focusing on our urban centers, we're focusing on our rural and remote communities and Indigenous communities, ensuring that they have access as well to clean electricity so that as they're charging the vehicles, they can be ensured that they're going to be zero emission, but also access to charging in general. So building infrastructure out and helping them offset the price point. We're looking to also serve underserved communities, but also make vehicle purchase more accessible to everyone, and also looking at how we can make the used ZEV market more accessible, because in Canada, a significant number of households look to the used vehicle market in general. And so how do you transition from having the first purchaser then sell their zero emission vehicle to more developing areas of the country as well. And so we have this comprehensive approach. We also are very actively ensuring that consumers have access to the knowledge and information. But it's also important to note that it isn't just a domestic market. The transportation market in general is international, and that's why meetings like today are so important. And so we've been really focusing on working through things like the Global Drive to Zero, the Clean Energy Ministerial, the Accelerate to Zero campaign. So Canada has been one of the co-chairs with the US and China at the Zero Emission Vehicle Initiative, the Electric Vehicle Initiative of the Clean Energy Ministerial as well. So we really take that not just domestic, international approach. We push the international agenda by having very strong domestic policies, but we also inform our domestic policies by even more accelerated policies that happen on the international stage from like-minded or accelerated countries. And then to the just transition as well, we work through the UN Global Environmental Facility and the Electric Vehicle Initiative of the Clean Energy Ministerial to help developing and global South countries come along and accelerate their ZEV deployment as well. So it's basically a comprehensive, all of government, all of industry approach to pushing forward on the transition to net zero.
Thank you so very much. I'm not sure I understood if we're going to have a second intervention from Canada, or if what you were saying, Aaron, is that this had been a team effort, and with you as a spokesperson, we would have heard from Canada.
Well, my colleague Christina had her hand up. I don't know if she wants
brilliant. Sorry,
to feed
sorry.
into
I'm trying to bridge the. So yeah, second intervention then from Canada, please. Christina, was it followed by Brazil again? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So building on what Aaron said, especially with the challenge of Canada's unique geography and our rural, remote and northern communities, we've created dedicated funding. So we have the Rural Transit Solution Fund to find innovative ways to ensure that Canadians in rural communities have equitable access to green and sustainable forms of mobility. And we've also created dedicated funding for active transportation, the Active Transportation Fund, recognizing that it's disproportionately equity-deserving communities that rely on biking, walking, and other forms of active mobility. And then, of course, we have our permanent public transit funding that will be launching in 2026, 2027, which will involve $3 billion per year of funding for public transit and active transportation on an ongoing basis to ensure, again, that Canadians have choices when it comes to getting around in their communities in a sustainable way. But one of the key overarching strategies to ensure that our policies have a just and equitable approach is our gender-based analysis plus framework. So all of these policies across, whether it's collective and non-motorized modes of transit or electrification of vehicles, have to go through an intersectional analysis looking at how identity factors like gender, race, sexual orientation, how that impacts people's access and potential barriers to benefiting from our funding and our programming. And this gender-based analysis plus process ensures that the experience of the lived experience of people from all communities informs our policies and programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Canada. Brazil, and is the US a legacy flag? Or yeah, thank you.
Just to add some comments about these efforts on thinking about policies and measures. One of the key aspects that we should be considering is that the energy transition, by bringing these new technologies, will be mineral intense. So we should be thinking about how we can develop national policies that will guarantee access to those minerals, or and this might impact very differently developing countries that have those resources in different conditions and And we know that this is not an easy thing to discuss in the domestic level for some countries. So we need to discuss and have more efforts on having better practices, for example, on sustainable mining, on how we can think about, since these are not renewable resources, they have limited quantities around the world, on how we can decommission them, which are the regulatory framework that are going to be needed to address this challenging. And this is something that developing countries will need more efforts. And sometimes we have some barriers to get access in terms of technical cooperation with different countries and also from the multilateral perspective. So this is something that we should be thinking about if we want to advance and go into better solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. So time is not up because we are going to listen to Mexico, of course. But probably after Mexico, that will be it, unless there's burning flags that would need to be raised now, so we can acknowledge them. No, Mexico, please. Last but not least.
Yeah, just a few comments regarding what my colleague from Brazil said. We think that also we have to think about the rights communities in the resources that we will have. How can be those communities impact for the use of resources? For example, if you are developing green hydrogen technologies, how the water resource will arrive to the communities or will not. So you have to also engage your communal dialogues with them as government. You have to know what are their necessities, and you can have better policies to take into account their necessities. And what other thing that we need to talk about, for example, in Mexico, we have several problems with human rights elements there, because when companies arrive to another territories, they do not have any self-worth for the communities there. So we have to think about that and to put into our policies how we...
Thank you so very much. Well, I'm going to tell you something, of course, if you don't tell others. You do remain the best room. I still have one more to go. But so far, indeed, is a terrific room. I really, hats off to how you're keeping it. Since yesterday, it's very impressive how delegates, allow me just to say this really informally, it's pretty impressive how prepared this room is. So thank you very much. Keep it up. You have one more to go. And I don't think I can possibly honor all I've heard, because this is the third round as well, and there's another one to come as I wrap up, but I'll try my best, and I certainly look forward to continuing exchanges with you. Thank you so very much, and come on, one more to go. Thank you.
So the next and the final round will start in 10 minutes.
The survivors would make it to the plenary.
Great sharing.
No, thank you so very much. But you make it so
They're taking tea. Coffee break. Okay, we'll give them 10 minutes. It's putting me on spot. Oh, it's the one doing. Okay, that's why you told me later. Oh, yes. Yes, 5. Is that also a new mechanism? Okay. So this one is yeah, I see them already. That's why I was asking. When did they start? But I think, yeah, I think it's a very big strategy. The only thing is maybe operational costs now have to go up for this. But this budget, because this for this. So I think that's still okay. So they're still having black tea? I mean coffee?
Yeah, but let's start.
Okay. I think we can get back to our vogue and start, if tea is okay. Yes, brother, take your seat. Thank you. Okay, I want to say you're all welcome to this. Should be now the last bit of our conversation. And we just want to pick from where we left this morning, looking at barriers and challenges around sustainable development and socio-economic impacts. I'm going to facilitate our discussion, John Mark Mwanika, and we shall just follow the same procedure. You raise your flag and get to speak. There is no prescribed format for speaking. You can speak on anything around those topics or anything related to what we're talking about. I think we have 1 hour or less than that now. 45 minutes. Okay. So who's breaking the ice? Papua New Guinea, yes? Is there a mic? Oh, you have a mic on your desks. Is that so? No.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. 2 points that I need to address for this last and final session. When we look at barriers and challenges around addressing sustainable and socioeconomic impacts, especially to do with infrastructure development and other related aspects of energy transition within the transport sector, I believe the example very specific to PNG may also be relevant in other countries, especially developing countries, and that's local content and the need to take heed, respect, and also comply with the requirements that countries have, especially through existing government systems and processes that are set up for investors to come in and respect before they undertake any development. In PNG, for example, we have a very specific case when it comes to any type of development we bring into the country. And for energy transition, when we look at major infrastructure development, land tenureship issues and challenges are very critical in PNG. And we have a unique customary land ownership arrangement where more than 90% of the land is owned by the people. The government really doesn't have much say when it comes to cutting roads or clearing jungles to put up transportation infrastructures and etc. So for us, the first thing is local content. And some aspects of local content will also take into consideration the traditional, cultural, and the spiritual beliefs of the people that we want to address when we take into consideration the development aspect of energy transition, especially relating to infrastructure development and expansion. The second one and the final point is on the sustainability of the use of natural resources. And I think that's very important because most of the communities, their livelihood revolves around the use of natural resources, and they're custodians of these resources. And when we talk about the barriers and challenges surrounding energy transition, One of the most important thing to note is the conservation of critical resources such as water and also minerals. And I think Brazil briefly emphasized on the importance of recognizing the sustainability in the extraction of critical metals and materials being very important. And they also relate to the socioeconomic impact and issues and challenges that we need to address. Now, I will conclude, and given it's my final intervention, I'm also taking this opportunity, and I see the UNFCCC Secretariat there. Kindly take note of this. I think for me, as an important takeaway for my country is what happens next. Obviously, the Secretariat will produce a report, but we've had a useful two-day dialogue, and first of all, we need to acknowledge the Secretariat and the UAE government for setting up a very important dialogue that allowed every one of us to unpack an important sector, an important global sector that will also allow us to look into policy and reforms within our countries. But for us, the technicians in the room, we have limited mandate. So what's going to happen next? Obviously, maybe the presidency with the secretariat will need to consider if we can elevate this discussion into a ministerial dialogue. And if possible, could it be on the margins of the COP? I mean, there's a lot of things coming up with the pre-COP preparation. So on the margins of the COP, it would be great because a lot of leaders will be there with their energy ministers as well. We need them to have, the dialogue, especially the GST is also happening. So it would be a good convening opportunity for them. And I conclude by also recognizing and thanking colleagues in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. We just hold on to that mic. Yes, since yesterday I've been having those concerns of what next. This has been quite insightful 2 days. What next? And the Secretariat, we have been passing the Secretariat is taking note, and I think they will make a substantive response either during the closing or at whatever time. But also thank you for giving possible wish list of what you would want as what next. Now, on your two issues you raised, first one on local content, I just wanted to get back to you on that. Do you have a specific law in PNG that addresses local content and protects, or specific policy?
When I specifically address customary land ownership, we do have a Customary Land Ownership Act with land access requirements pre-development for any investment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other? Canada. I know Canada. I know you have quite some good work done around Just Transition Commission and how the process, first of all, for developing the Just Transition process, commission, the membership and the rest, is sometimes quite innovative and learning. Can you share with us that process and where is it at now?
Yeah, thanks very much. I was not expecting to be put on the spot, but I'm glad you raised that, because this is a sort of an area of our sort of domestic climate agenda that I think we're quite proud of. I think some of you in the room might be familiar with our work to help create a just transition for coal workers in Canada. That was sort of where we started that discussion. We're committed to complete phase out of coal-fired electricity, but of course we have some small but that be heavily impacted communities within sort of very narrow geographic regions in our country. So we sort of started with a focus there. But we've now sort of expanded that just transition lens to the whole of economy. We have a sustainable jobs plan that's sort of in the works. And And that's basically looking at taking the lessons learned from that work with coal workers and communities and expanding it to basically every sector of the economy. And so, I mean, there's been a lot of discussions over the past few days of the very hard choices that governments have to make in their fiscal and their policy space around transitioning their economies, whether that be around sustainable development, developing a domestic industry, et cetera. But I think that our work on just transition shows that you're able to do that in a way that is both sustainable, but also just and equitable within your own domestic context. So thanks for putting me on the spot. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. I thought it was great to hear to get you to speak, because I've done a lot of learning around what Canada has done. Hard things, but they took a hard step and worked with the communities, and especially we're talking about coal. And getting those communities to work with the government set up and agree that that was the best path to go is something that is. What kind of processes did you use to form those? Was it community driven? Was it top down? Was it?
It's very bottom up is sort of the approach that's been taken. So again, one of the most important lessons learned from the experience with coal workers was that if you're going to transition a sector, you need to have the people that are impacted involved in that policy development. I mean, otherwise you're going to have no buy-in, and essentially you're bulldozing over, these communities that your policies are very directly impacting. So that in the Sustainable Jobs Plan, that approach continues. There's sort of these bottom-up policy communities and committees that involve not just government folks, not just bureaucrats, but also the actual local communities that are impacted, local industries as well, and we're expanding that again outside of just coal to other sectors. So yeah, very, very bottom up. I think that's critical.
Thank you very much. Yes, Brazil.
Thank you. We just want to add some considerations about this topic. We do have some concerns about the concept of how people are thinking about what it is just energy transition. It usually is associated with the losses of some jobs and workplaces, and this is quite important. We do recognize this, but we don't believe that this is the only feature that should be considered. We should take a broader perspective if we want to make this energy transition a just energy transition. And thinking about new technologies coming up, and here we are talking about, for example, technologies that have lower energy density. So it means that it needs to spread in the landscapes. And this will have huge needs for space and areas. And of course, this will bring conflicts. And this is something that we need to take into account, especially when we are thinking about triple renewables, when thinking about increasing this installed capacity, and which are going to be the real impacts in local communities on existing activities and how we need to deal with that. So, for example, a question that is usually made of concern for many discussions regarding biofuels is that biofuels might compete with food production. This is not the case for Brazil, but solar PV competes for food production. And we have some farms that are converting their planting area to install solar PV farms. And this is something that we should be thinking about. We have some local communities in Brazil that are claiming, for example, that they are not being considered during the licensing and permitting process because entrepreneurs think that those areas are a blank space where they can go and there's no productive activities there. So this is a thing that we should be very, very careful, because when we are talking about developing countries, this might be something of special concern. And other conflicts such as water for green hydrogen production, this is something that for some areas it can be very, very conflictive as well. We should be taking into consideration how we need to deal with decommissioning activities from oil and gas companies, for example, which in Brazil has a huge relation with the budgetary from the government, and many municipalities and states will reduce their budget if we miss these activities. They are not going to have this revenue. So we have a complex phenomena that we should be addressing and thinking more broadly when we're talking about energy transition and thinking about the barriers and challenges. We need to bring social dialogue from the very beginning of each of these processes. Otherwise, we are not going to be successful. And we need to negotiate and understand which are the real needs for some of these communities and other activities to be adequately a mitigation program for them, because they are going to be impacted somehow. So this is something that we should be very careful when discussing. And if we are talking about the need of minerals, for example, this go into a deeper perspective, because we need to discuss more broadly about how we can have best practices on mining, how we can deal with regulatory framework that will consider the closing of those mining areas and reducing the how can I say? I forgot the words even in Portuguese. I'm so sorry. But reducing the remaining waste that we are going to deal in the very near future, because these resources are not renewable. So there are many different aspects that we should be considering by having all these targets in mind and thinking about that. If I need to triple renewables, if I need to, or cover, for example, in the case of Brazil, it is expected that our country can address and deliver 5% of the global demand for hydrogen, green hydrogen mainly. It means that I need to double the existing installed capacity. And this will impact my population in different manners. So I need to think more integrated and have more efforts in terms of different ways of planning, and support will be more than needed to overcome all these challenges that we will need to address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister. Putting on my social activist coat and cap, I want to thank Brazil for getting Lula into presidency again, and the efforts of saving the Amazon. And I know we shall be very soon in Brazil for the COP. And thank you very much. You did talk about, you raised a lot of issues, but I want to pick on one on social dialogue, and should be, you rightly mentioned, should be from the beginning. One of the problems around social dialogue is who sets the agenda. What is your thinking around that?
One of the things that we are thinking from the policymakers' perspective is to have, first of all, a national policy that will address these challenges. And we are planning to launch the National Policy for Energy Transition by the end of this year. And two instruments that we are planning to accommodate inside this policy is to have a national plan where we will assign the actions that will be addressed to cover these different pathways towards our energy transition. And the second one is a national forum for energy transition, where we expect to engage different stakeholders coming from both civil society, academia, entrepreneurs, other government representatives, to make them all discuss and find which are going to be the best ways and solutions to spread this dialogue across the country. But again, we need to find the ways, yet we still don't have these in Brazil, to make this engagement happen and to be effective and to bring active actions into place. Because we do know that one of the key issues that we are considering is that this energy transition can be very conflictive. Right now, today, we have a special committee internally in Brazil being set by President Lula because to deal with some social conflicts because of wind farms and solar PV farms in Brazil, in Northeast Brazil, where we have the poorest part of our population. So we are seeing a lot of conflicts emerging in different spots of the country. And this is something that we should be paying attention because of this relation of these technologies with the landscapes and how they are spaced in the territory.
Thank you very much. Germany.
Thank you very much. And also thanks to Brazil for mentioning that we need a more holistic approach, and we need to take into account a lot of variables when we are addressing especially the socioeconomic impacts and the sustainable development when looking at greening the transport or looking at the energy transition as such. That is right, and also to Canada from their experience in the coal workers, we had a similar approach in the German with the German coal industry when we were deciding to phase out coal for good. And yeah, the essence there, you have to include all the stakeholders in the process, and we had a committee on several levels, including all of the stakeholders, the workers, investors, probably future investors, for alternative solutions. What do? You have to do to organize the structural change in these areas, and in order to get the public acceptance for the change that is coming, which is inevitable, by the way. I mean, coal would have ended anyways, and the question is, can we transfer this, and can we steer the process, or do we see disruptions? And I think that is something that governments should avoid for the sake of their communities. And in Germany, we took both a bottom-up and a top-down process, delivering inviting all the stakeholders to the process, but then having them have a common decision on what could be done. And the government took those recommendations and introduced a phase-out plan, which is not just setting a date for when we do not use coal anymore, but especially on, and that was mentioned a lot of times on goods that are not endless, and in Germany, lignite was one of that as well, and the environmental impacts you have. We see a lot of environmental impacts in lignite mining. It has a lot of water use as well. It has a lot of long-term costs to re-establish an environmental integral area where the mines were. It has a lot of costs that are connected with that. There's a lot of experience now in Germany how to deal with this, but this is something we have to take into account with critical minerals that we need. We do need them not only for EVs. They are in regular combustion engines already, and in a lot of other branches they are used already. And therefore, of course, this needs to be taken into account. What needs to be taken into account also are the costs that fossil fuel burning puts on communities, and that are usually borne by the communities, like health issues, pollution issues, not having clean air, for example, road safety. If you go to the transport sector, road safety is a big issue that needs to be addressed, and that is usually financed through public structures and not to the polluter in that case, and that is something that we need to take into account. But so there are a lot of positive socioeconomic effects for the transition to net zero, for the transition in the energy sector and the transport sector. there are a lot of employment opportunities. As I said, in coal in Germany, for example, we had about 40 to 60,000 people yet employed when we started the coal phase-out plan. That's compared to the millions in the car industry, not that much. In the car industry, now we are looking at a major transition going electric. Of course, there's a lot of capacity building, there's a lot of training to be done. But then again, this is the essential market that for one of the essential industries for Germany. So being part of the transition is essential for keeping the social benefits and the income that is generated and the employment that is in that sector. That is very important. And I think that is what governments should take into account a lot when we are looking at an energy transition that will come and that can be channeled, and use the impact to channel this is very important. Yeah, maybe just leave it at that for now because that will take too long. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Before, as you're still on that mic, how is the due diligence tool working or framework in Germany? You have something around due diligence for businesses and...
Well, thank you. That's a question that is not the easiest for me to answer because I'm not the professional.
I just wanted to find out if there is a tracker around issues around environment and climate change, the things we're discussing.
Yeah, no, there's a system of, around reporting and what the measures you're taking and the effects that they have and how they are in line with the regulations that we have, but don't ask me too much about details.
Thank you, my brother. The US?
Thank you. Just transition in each country will require careful thinking and policy design so that investments, opportunities, job creation, and capacity building benefit the most disadvantaged community and workforces, including the workers that produce and operate conventional transportation system. As the supply chain shift to support zero-emission transportation, we need to foster the growth of the workforce that will be needed to support those supply chains, support affected workers and communities, and minimize any negative impacts to those supply chains and nearby communities. And so we have some examples of that currently, especially with our Inflation Reduction Act. As of last year, in the one-year anniversary, it's projected that more than 170,000 clean energy jobs were created because of the Inflation Reduction Act. And so investing in zero-emission transportation options can affect the way that we create employment opportunities, connect disadvantaged communities, and spur economic growth and renew communities. And I have two examples. One is tracking investments. So the top 3 states that have actual manufacturing investment for ZEVs were Michigan, Tennessee, and Arizona, which are some of our more rural states. So this is for us making sure that we're making investments where they're needed. And then the second point is implementing strategies within the American Job Plan that include funding and retooling of dormant factories. So with brownfield grants, we support the upgrading and reopening of facilities that were previously shuttered within communities, and this would also help increase domestic capacity to build advanced vehicles and parts. But this is also we also want to note that sometimes within the community context, building new fit-for-purpose systems rather than retrofitting legacy systems can also be easier and cheaper. So wanted to re-emphasize the point that many of the colleagues here have made of the importance of communicating with stakeholders. And so not just, you know, how these new types of technologies and transitions can help the community, but also communicating the co-benefits such as the avoided costs in terms of the lives saved from the improved air quality, from the transition to zero-emission vehicles, and also the lives saved or time saved from reducing time and sitting in traffic. So, and in terms of our international programming and the support that we provide to other countries, we make sure that our implementers include plans to engage with a wide range of stakeholders. And for example, we include gender in our indicators, so that we make sure that a wide range of stakeholders are involved within our programming. And lastly, just want to reiterate that we strongly suggest a summary report that contains clear recommendations on policies and measures addressing sustainable development and socioeconomic impacts, and where we should be by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. You did mention something around tracking investment and rating the states. What incentive is there from the federal government that actually gets states to do the right thing?
I think it's more of attracting the investments. We have so many areas where we could, like through the Inflation Reduction Act and through the bipartisan infrastructure law. That law has funding that promotes the placement of charging infrastructure. Within that law, there's also incentives for public transport, like transitioning to electric buses. And then we have the Chips and Science Act, which focuses on the production of like chips for vehicles. So there are incentives to grow like the economic development within their states and communities.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Saint and Kitts, can you pass the mic? Yes. St. Kitts and Nevis, yes.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Japan, I'll come to you then.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just have one brief comment and then one question for Dr. Mark, actually. Okay, so just to comment in the World Cafe sessions this morning, and you remember the conversations that we had regarding a lot of the developing countries, sometimes we are the end users of vehicles that are exported from other developed nations and second-hand use. So the consideration about, as we're looking at the transition, there's an environmental consideration of the disposal and recycling of those sorts of vehicles, and also when it's looking at from the transition to electric vehicles, what can be done in terms of looking at the salvage value of those materials used in the construction of those assets and resources, that developed countries can probably now incorporate that in the overall pricing, such that we reduce the demand on extraction of limited resources and minerals from the earth, and then rather than having the continuous demand on those, having a life cycle sort of process wherein recycled materials can then be continuously used. Now, the question I have for you, Dr. Mark, is sometimes on the news we see stories of railway workers and unions striking, and that can be very disruptive to persons who depend on public transport systems. If we are being sometimes encouraging the dialogue to be looking at how we can be more efficient in terms of utilizing public transport, even if it's electrified, and given the fact that I can see you're program officer for Amalgamated Transport and General Workers Union, what consideration is also given to that aspect of if we are now going to be giving up our independence of having our own personal vehicles just for the sake of actually reducing our emissions and having, instead of having individual vehicles using more public transport, does that also then expose us to the risk that if the workers and the persons who are operating the transit system, if they have their own concerns, for example, wages, and they were to strike and the transit system, for example, is not working, then how do we also bring that into the conversation in terms of the transition, the just energy transition?
Okay, thank you very much. And by the first time since yesterday, I'm getting a question. Why? Why didn't you keep your question? Anyway, thank you for the question. Yes. The labor movement, most of organized labor don't like going to strikes. It's almost the last resort. By the time you hear that a union is declaring strike, something terribly has gone wrong during the course of negotiations. And this takes a long time. And in every country, there are laws that govern going to strike, such that passengers are protected. Right now in the UK, for example, we have one of our affiliates, the RMT, has been on strike, I think, for the longest time now, going to almost 2 years or so. Okay? But there is what they call the minimum service provision. And that's why you find that they don't just go on strike without preparing the public, the passengers, and even their members have to vote. The workers who live with you, who use the public transport, have to vote whether it is not just a decision of one or two people. It is something that comes in. So a strike is a failure of a system. That's what I want to say. That most times no worker organization would like to go to strike, because workers are not in the workplace not to work. They're in the workplace to work. But certain conditions sometimes force them to get to that. Once there is a clear path for negotiation and there is a good spirit with the two parties, it's rare that workers go on strike. So it's a difficult place, just like as difficult as the issues we're talking about on just transition and climate action, but it is sometimes necessary to force certain issues to be addressed. And some of the issues sometimes, if you look at some of what the workers complain, some of the things are not directly on their direct benefits as salary. It could be the tools of work, could be improving infrastructure. Most of the infrastructure for transport, even in the developed world, is dilapidated, it's old. And that you expect the workers still to continue in this old because of the kind of reduced funding. So the other thing is maybe communication or communicating to the public on some of these issues around why workers go on strike, so that the public understands that some of the strikes are not just for workers' salaries, but it is to improve the safety of the infrastructure that they use. So it's a discussion for another time, but what I have to tell you is that by the time a union declares a strike, there is a big problem. And the problem is not in the vacuum. It is for the whole community. And for me, because it's an organized labor, unless they are not organized, they have issues, you find that there is always a way out. But most times we have a very arrogant approach from especially government. Sometimes even the employers would want to sit and negotiate. But the government has this own. So it's a conversation we can continue with you, and I'll be in your area very soon, maybe sometime next year, and we can have a deeper discussion. Japan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. It was a very inspiring discussion and learning a lot from different experience. My comment is more about adding a different angle to the argument, and I would like to talk about the socioeconomic impacts, particularly the importance of engaging the demand side. Yes, as we discussed the technology session already, it is important to develop and also apply decarbonized technology to the transport sector. Yet, at the end of the day, it needs to be chosen and continue to be used, emphasis on the latter, by consumers and or passengers. Japan recently launched the national movement towards decarbonized lifestyle, and this also encourages the use of public transport. And we also had a campaign to tackle logistic efficiency as well. And luckily, more and more people are becoming aware of this issue and they're participating more. But the most important part is that, well, last but not least, the increasing awareness is also stimulating business appetite to deliver innovation. So this contributes to adding more sustainable choice to consumers. In terms of transport, now the green slow mobility, it's like an electric scooter, is increasing in Japan. So to conclude, I guess we could start anywhere, but the key is the virtuous cycle. Different variables are interconnected in the socioeconomic context, and we should pursue positive correlations of these barriers to achieve maximized results. And that is our lesson on the socioeconomic impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister. We have 5 minutes to get back to the plenary. I know, St. Kitts, you want to speak, but I have Panama and Germany, and Panama has not spoken. Can we first take Panama and see how much time you consume, and then before we make a democratic decision about St. Kitts and Germany?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to mention that it's very important to involve other actors when it comes to evaluation and talking about socioeconomic impacts, because many times when we talk about new technologies, energy transition, we usually hear talking about technological stuff, engineers, politicians, but rarely we see sociologists talking about this and having that view on the impacts, social impacts that these new technologies have. We usually hear only the good news of every technology, but they also have some things that need to be addressed, that need to be talked about, because we don't want to solve one problem creating another. And it's very important to have that because, again, usually we only hear about the good things, and it's important to also have the bad things in the conversation and see how we can solve it and make sure that we are actually having a sustainable development and just shifting the development for another model that brings their own problems and issues. So that's basically my intervention, that I would like to see more studies focus on social issues, the impact of these new technologies, in order to have a better assessment of what we are trying to do. And it's also very important because usually when we talk about potential impacts and negative impacts, we tend to answer immediately, okay, with policy and regulation, we can change that. But if the policy and regulation that try to address that problem is only in one country, well, sometimes the production, manufacturing just shift to another country that doesn't have the regulation, produce there, causing the negative social impacts. And in our country, we feel good because we have the regulation, and we also feel good because we can consume from those countries that do not have the regulation are suffering those impacts. So it's very important to highlight the importance of social impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While I was still debating about Germany and St. Kitts, I get Netherlands online. I think democratically, let's allow Netherlands, Germany and St. Kitts. Can I allow Netherlands to? Okay, please. Netherlands.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
been listening very well to a very interesting, relevant discussion, and thank you for allowing me to add maybe one insight from the Netherlands. I think, and it has been rightfully reflected already by previous speakers, but if we talk about the just transition in this global dialogue, it's especially important to look at the just transition globally, and I think this has already been excellently put forward by, I believe it was the colleague from Panama. At this moment, I think many vehicles, and increasingly e-vehicles, are being exported from basically the global north towards the global south. And we think in order to ensure that those, we need to ensure that those vehicles are roadworthy, at least, and they are and that the fuels are of sufficient quality. And we are already working on that both in the Netherlands to put export standards on the fuel that's going to be exported to developing countries. But also working on that in EU context. And I think it's important to also do this on a global level. And I think in addition to that, also looking, I believe, at the comments from Brazil, it's important to not just focus on exporting or importing standards on vehicles and fuels, but also to invest in recycling capacity in the importing countries so that they can harvest the critical materials for reuse. So that's maybe one thing that would be, I guess, important to highlight in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have how many? Oh, 1 minute. Okay. 2 minutes between Germany and St. Kitts. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. And then since the Netherlands just spoken, and I think they spoken what I wanted to say also, and give me a minute. And thank you a lot to St. Kitts for reminding me on the discussion of today, because I forgot also about what we're doing in the European Union, just mentioning what Germany was doing, and it was just mentioned on the roadworthiness of vehicles that we are discussing in the EU currently, that this is also something that should be provided by when selling cars, especially used cars, and exporting them, that they need that we need to secure that they are roadworthy. And the other thing would be that we are striving very hard for a circular economy approach over all branches and sectors, and that of course is something that needs to be internationally done as well, and needs support for that, and for the socioeconomic impacts and for on the international perspective and the sustainable development perspective. The EU is currently looking into investing around 300 billion euros until 2027 in the global gateway that is mainly addressing emerging countries and to build up infrastructure that is one of the important areas that helps the transition of branches and include investment, private investment, and yeah, just wanted to mention that, and I hope I wasn't a minute. So kids, please.
Thank you. I know the brother from Germany has done justice, and we can give St. Kitts a minute.
Yes, thank you. Throughout the whole discussion that we have been having, I noticed we did not touch on the gender aspect of this, right? And we have to look at gender in terms of if we're going electrification of vehicles, two-wheel vehicles, as was mentioned in presentations, that those are the most proliferated type of vehicles that have been used. When it comes on to the Caribbean, right? Women generally are not the ones that will gravitate towards two-wheel vehicles and stuff. They prefer cars and stuff like that. How do we push it so that we can get the women involved to transition, as we say, just transition to two-wheel mode of transport? Very few women transition to that, and the conception is there that once you see a woman on a bike or a bicycle, she is tending to what do you call that? LGBTQT or whatever they call them, right? When a woman tries to do that, because of our culture, how we're grown, You know, a woman must not do certain things and stuff like that. So how do we transition into that to get this thing moving further?
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, the gender perspective has come up in the other groups as well, and it is good that you've brought it up. And it is not just gender for jobs, but also gender for safety in the transport sector because of the harassment and the violence. I want to say thank you very much. I think we're running late for our last session at the plenary. Just to say thank you very much for this conversation. It has been very enriching. And maybe let's meet at the plenary. Yes, I'm told let's go as soon as possible. I think we can walk together. Yeah, thank you.